audio check. I'm going to test in my own stream to see if I can hear my AC going. So just a moment. It's actually pretty good. I think we're good to go. If the AC becomes a problem, just let me know and I'll turn it off. Just a moment. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Discourager of Hesitancy, and today we are going to probably do more animations. Last time we fixed up the last issues with animations, tested them, made it all work, and then we added our first animation, which of course I picked perhaps the mathematically most interesting one. So, you know, working in screen space versus game space versus, you know, clockwise, counterclockwise, etc., etc. We got it working. So let's take a look at the current state of things. If I can get to the right window here. We have is this. Here's an interesting word. Okay. I and S have to be in, so T has to be out. F and G have to be out, and J and K have to be out, so it's probably in. It's an interesting one. R and H are out, so P and U are in. So what we've animated is the swapping of these deduction letters. If you watch closely, if I click on a letter, it turns to blue instead of just snaps to blue. Nice little fade, fade out, and then you can swap the letter position, and it's actually animated. And it's clockwise if you go left letter, then right letter. It's counterclockwise if you go right letter, then left letter. Pardon me. So, we are making good progress, I think, from where we started last week. Okay. Now, question becomes, what to animate next? One animation I want is when you submit a letter, submit a word, and it goes to the shelf, that it actually drops down. That's one that we can do pretty simply. We could do a fade in, fade out when we change between the different deduction workspaces, between the notebooks. These are not notebooks yet. I haven't done graphics for that. So those are a couple of animations we could do. So this would fade to something better than blue on brown. This would fade the other way. Just as a, well, no, there's no point in animating these right now. We're going to replace them with actual artwork later. So words following down is a good one. Another one would be, I actually really want the color changes in the letters in the words and up here to be animated. Not just in terms of the color, but also like add a little visual flair to it. So those are two good ones we're gonna work on. Another one is start of level, or quitting. Oh, these banners. These banners should drop down and then pop up. That's another good animation. So yeah, we have a lot of things we can animate. Let's get into it. I think we're going to do the dropping words because that's fairly trivial right now. We can do that. Let's see. So, status update while I warm up my brain. Last week was the first full week of streaming. We went from no animations, bad sine wave sounds, and no real art to at least having some art laid out. Crappy programmer art, first pass, very bad programmer art, but it's there. And we have one animation and the entire animation framework is done. The sounds we added we're playing back recorded, including embedding that inside of our executable. We still have some bugs that are, well, there's one bug that bothers me. Let's see, the bugs. This bug is simple. We might even fix that today. This one's killing me. I've spent enough hours on it. I should have it fixed, but I cannot find the problem. This one may be something we'd have to look at today, depending on how far down the animation path we get. I think we have at least a couple of animations we can play with pretty easily. All right, so let's jot all that down in our development journal. Oh yeah, happy July, everybody. This typo, that was June. Yep. June 1st. Schedule-wise, tomorrow I will be starting late. I have to get a car into a shop to get the brake pads, and hopefully that's all. The other thing I have to do is, yeah, and then Thursday will be off because I'm American, and that is definitely 4th of July stuff going on that day. So, couple of off days this week. I'm going to animate. Yes. Submission. Oh, one more thing I want to do. I want to be able to turn all the animations off from a single location. Turn off animations. My theory is that speedrunners will want everything to be as fast as possible, so we should add that in before we add too many animations and have to go hunt down all the places where we put them in. Yes. Yeah. Okay, we're gonna animate the guest submission. Part of me wants my color change to be animated, but I think that might be a lot of work. Maybe we can start it today, but I don't think we'll get done with it today. So let's start letter color changes. Animations in settings. Okay. That seems like a decent list to get started with. So thinking this animation is probably makes the most sense. We'll kind of jump and fall to the shelf, and then we'll do a little bounce at the bottom. Just a moment. Let me see what my son is doing outside my window. All right, well, who knows? Okay. So step one, we're going to turn animations on and off. one thing we need is to go to our context. Basically, this stores information that we need when we're inside the game and outside the game. So, for example, what kind of game are we playing? Are we playing the marathon, golf, or other mode? Just a moment. So, are we running a timed match? Are we running a low guess match, or are we running as far as we can? The state of the game itself. How did it end? Basically, none means we haven't played a game yet. Running means we're in the middle of the game, so there's no win or loss determined. And then at the end of the game, it sets this in the context so that afterwards, when we're entering the main menu again, it can decide whether to add you to like the high scores, or if it was a loss, then obviously you can't have a high score. Things like that. Also for saving the last replay, that'll become a thing here in game context. But one thing we're going to do is use animations. I think that's reasonable. We don't have a config file yet. It doesn't really matter just yet. We're just going to say true, but it's the default. I don't think most people are speedrunners, so. Then, in the game scene, where we're actually running this. Daddy! Just a moment. He found the brownies. The brownies I can't have right now. Sooner or later. Actually, status on that. I'm already 2 quarts of water in for the day. I've done all my calisthenics for the day. It's not much, but it adds up. And so all I really have to do now is finish the stream and go on a run. And by run, I mean a very, very slow jog over a not very great distance. Got to get back in shape, and I'm kind of starting from ground zero. My last job was not healthy for me. I'm just trying to rebuild from scratch. Okay, so here's the animations. If in context use animations, it does all of these things. Otherwise, I think it just does this. Reduced letters, set color to blue. And it's already set the index, so that's good. Set the color. Oh. Nope, that goes away. Yep. There we go. Easy peasy. Similar thing down here. If we use animations. Fade the color. which means we're going to set it to gray. Oop. The other thing we have to do is, I think, this. Just copy. We set the color. All right, so the letter to be swapped. Let's see, index 1. Remember right. Index 2. Well, does it matter? It just gets swapped, right? I think that's about right. No animation to be done here. Let's add a keyboard shortcut real quick. On update. Input get key. Is key pressed? There we go. Put key. Let's go with space. You know what? Let's just add it to where it belongs. Which is settings, scene. Okay. So instead of button vsync, we just need button animations. Animations on. Okay, we're gonna put button back up. All stuff all next to each other. A lot of this is gonna be very handy. Animation. Set a rectangle. X is fine. Y needs to be like 60 maybe, or 55. We can come and change that. Game context. Used animations. Not the default value, change it. Animations. Animation set callback. Okay. Animations clicked. Just gonna have that. Animations clicked. Context. Use animations. In context use animations equals not in context use animation. I'll just toggle it. That should do it. Alright, let's build it, see what happens. Do a full clean and rebuild. Oh, nothing on the chat yet. Anybody have a good weekend? Big plans for 4th of July. I'm from the US, so Thursday I'll be out eating barbecue and hanging out with family. Maybe we'll blow up some fireworks. It's always fun. My brother-in-law, he always does a breakfast on around the 4th of July. Good stuff. And then within a day or two, I cook up a brisket. It's usually a 10 or 12 pound brisket. Takes me all day, and it tastes so good. Let's see, where's my build at? Still building. Brisket is an interesting cut. It's one of the worst cuts of meat on a cow. It's tough, it's stringy, it's full of fat and all sorts of stuff you don't want to chew on usually. But if you cook it very slowly over a very long time, it actually breaks everything down. It makes it very tender. You don't have to do that. But it's like many hours at a lower temperature. You can't use direct heat. Let's try this out. So if we go into a game, just take some letters. So the animations are on and working. Oh, it's 4s. Okay. We go to settings. Ah, okay. Problem. I forgot. I've not made everything super generic, so because I don't believe in adding abstractions until it becomes necessary. I know what the abstractions are. I've seen enough development. I've seen enough game development. And what I don't have in this game, and I did this on purpose, there are no, map editors. There are no levels that I have to design. I kept it simple on purpose because the purpose of this game is to build it with no engine and learn in that process. So instead of wasting my time writing a whole bunch of abstractions that I don't need yet, we're just moving forward. So animations are on by default. Correct. Settings, animations. Well, it would help if I did that in the right place. Copy, pasted code, animations clicked. I also don't know that I necessarily want to support VSync, but I will. It seems to be fairly common in game development, and it was an easy Boolean to flip early in development, so it built out the whole workflow without putting in too much effort. Oh well. I still can't copy paste correctly. One more try. I find I make a lot more silly mistakes when I'm streaming, but that's what we do. Hey, animations are off. So if we go into sprint and make a whole bunch of letters pop in, we try to swap them. Yeah, it's immediate and there's no animation. Good, good. That includes both the color change and the positional change, which is what we're looking for. Sometimes we want things to be as fast as possible for those that care about speed. That's a good place to take a win. Turn on off animations and settings. Animation toggle added to settings. Game context. Tested with reduce letter swap. Game context, game scene, settings. Yep. Animations. Done. All right, now we're going to animate moving that guess down to the shelf. This will be a little more involved, but not that bad. Because what we want to do is move the guess to the correct column. Ooh, pardon me. Get some gum going. So as a developer, I always drink yerba mate when I'm coding. And up until recently, I would always have something with it, like candy or alfajores or something. But my wife's got me on this keto diet or something, so gum it is. Take a look at the code and orient ourselves. Guess submitted. So if it matches the final answer, it determines whether we've won or lost and advances the level as needed. If it's not, it checks to see if it's a real word. It's the guess here. So I think we can just use the guess submitted as the important thing here. thing about this too is I can always keep around the original code here. So in the letter swap, what we did was we moved the things around, and then we swapped the actual contents and put the things back where they were without animating that at all. So that it looks like they swapped places, but in reality, they just swapped contents. We just spread it out over time. So it looked like it was swapping places. I'll do something similar here. We're going to move the current gas text. There it is. Nope, not that one. Oh. Yeah. Current gas text. There we are. So what we're going to do is we're going to animate that. Go down. And then some of this stuff will happen immediately and put things back where they were. One thing we need is current gas text, bounding rectangle, r.x, y. So we're going to animate from there to somewhere, and then we'll eventually snap it back to there. Current x, current y. Current gas. Gas index. And then the gas index is right there. All right. Okay. So those are our two endpoints. And what we need to do is make sure nobody's asking questions in the chat. We're creating an action sequence. And it's going to right now have two stages. Play animation. There we go. So we need an animation for this. Submit gas animation. We're gonna make it take 1 second just so we can see what it's doing. Let's just do it straight and see what happens for now. just to get started. Range from current X, current Y, next X, next Y. And we need an update function, which isn't too bad. It is capturing this. Current guest text dot move to X, Y. I remember if that's are considered doubles. Yeah. Okay. So we're gonna do that. Sequence set immediate. So the animation is done. We're gonna put this guy right back where it started. Current X, current Y. So this is not going to look good to start with. And some other important things aren't been done yet, but this is a good start. Just to see what happens. Oh, R is not clear there. That is true. Valid use of a void expression. Oh, right. Sense. I have to capture things. It's in this lambda. Current X, current Y. Yeah.
Daddy.
Just a moment. Boy, his other brothers are in town, so I think he's getting a little bored. That compile finished. Looks like it did. Oh, it crashes. Lovely. I did add things to the memory footprint of my header file, so. Oh, I didn't want to clean and embed everything. Oh, well. Part of my compilation process takes digital files and embeds them inside of my executable itself. I try not to do that unless I change the actual digital assets, but once in a while I run compile in the wrong directory and it runs everything for me. Yeah, GCC is not my favorite compiler. I mostly use it because it has a feature in it that no other C++ compiler has that I need for some compiler work I've done. And rather than run multiple compilers, I just run the one. For my next project, I may be persuaded to try Clang. Not try Clang, switch to Clang. I've used it before, but for my compiler project, it has to be GCC. Okay, that's not bad. That's not bad at all. Oh, it did nothing else after that, which is the part we need to update next. Which is mostly related to this cleanup phase here. We need to do that. We can even pre-compute and cache this number. In fact, it's used on almost every branch path, so why not compute at the top? Okay, so those are captured. The sound needs to play after it lands, so that's 5 actually. But we don't care how long the sound goes, so that's fine. Oh no, that's not true. This piece might be slightly tricky. We'll come back to sound in a minute. Set the colors. We'll put this in here, even though we're probably gonna do something slightly fancier here in a minute. Basically, for each character, we are going to set the color. Okay, so this one has to come in after that. And after that. Okay. So this can all happen at once for now. Make sure my parentheses still match up. So basically, everything except the sound should be moved there and then do everything else real fast. It's not really clean debug. But my complaints about GCC are if you change one of your header files in such a way that changes the memory footprint of your class, or memory layout of your class, some reason the linker gets bizarre addresses, and then I get all kinds of Windows alloc problems. So sometimes I have to do it clean when it really shouldn't be necessary. I know why incremental compilation is a thing, but honestly, I think your compiler should be fast enough that you don't have to do an incremental compilation on something this small. Although this program is a lot less small than it used to be in terms of code. Most of that is embedded binary data, so it should require almost no linking time. Okay. And it crashes. Character index is less than text length. Okay. Oops. This goes outside this for loop. That might help. If I advance to the next word and then I say start changing the letters of the letters in the next word has the letters, so it's going to have an index problem. Sprint mode, first to 5. Hey, it worked. Okay. So that shows the obvious problem of on update. Key press handler. There we go. Okay. If the game is in a running state, so we haven't won or lost yet, and we haven't run out of guesses, and if there are no key modifiers, so if you hit like Control Q, this won't capture that Q. Enter backspace, letter codes, escape. I'm trying to think if there's any of these that I want. Yeah, nope, I don't. Yeah, and m underscore submit gets animation cannot be running for me to do keyboard input. We will probably make the animation time much smaller, but I want it slow for now so I can see the full effect. Make it look good in a bit or something. So that was escape I tested, so that escape just clears the whole word. Enter doesn't do anything until the word's animation's done. What was the other thing? Any letter key, backspace. Okay, so let's try backspace real quick. Even backspace, nothing. Let's try delete. Good, nothing. Escape, backspace, delete, enter. Oh, keypad never gets into that one. Good. And then any letters. Okay. Cool. This looks like an interesting word, so maybe we play it out real quick. J or K? that's a full match. But not the full word, so. Mhm. Anyway, so we need to put these sounds in the animation. Stark. Okay, whatever. Back, quit. So I need the sounds. Sounds have to happen. There is an interesting piece here. Let me think about it for a second. I'm going to go on restroom break real quick. I have been drinking a ton of water lately. What time are we at? Okay. Yep. Restroom break. I'll be right back. Just a minute. Eagle has landed. If the AC is causing problems, let me know. I'll try to. I don't turn it off, but right now I don't hear it in the stream, so hopefully it's okay. Either I have a pretty decent microphone or something, I don't know. Okay, so my problem with sounds is that I have to play them back inside of another sequence. So this is not something I've done yet. That's not this one, that's this one. I want to play a sequence or start a sequence, might be an option. All right, so here's what I'm talking about. If we go into the action sequencer, I can, these are like the 4 core entries where you just keep having to pass function pointers to tell it what to do and when to do it in an action sequence. But these are like convenience methods that say, hey, play the sound, and when it's done, then we move on to the next step. Or hey, start a sound, and then immediately go to the next step in the sequence of actions. Same with animation. We can play and we can start. But I'm thinking right now, set play action sequence. Maybe we call it subsequence. Well, I'm thinking, oh, wait a minute. Is that what we do? What do I think of that? How does that feel? That doesn't make me very sad. That seems reasonable. So let's throw it together. Let's add to the journal real quick. I will have to finish that before this other thing works. Add play start sub sequence to action sequence. Okay. So we can do this. We can just about do anything. This makes it then a fully recursive data structure. Again, it's not that I didn't think of this earlier. Just trying not to add anything I don't need until I need it. I think there's a tendency in some programmers to over abstract, to pre-build systems that they don't need or that are over spec for what you need. It causes a lot of code bloat. Part of the reason for this little exercise. No game engine means it's just what I need. As a consequence, my binary executable will be quite small compared to most games from today. Like if you just build a blank scene in Unity, how big is the full download of everything you need to play it then? It's shockingly large. Okay. Okay. So similar to set start sound. Oh wait, action sequence needs a size. Int size. That's a change you have to make. I have to tell it how many steps I want it to run. Or to pre-allocate. Basically, these are in arrays. I could put in like vectors or linked lists, but you know what? When I make one of these action sequences, so far I've always known exactly how many steps, so I'm not going to add any abstraction until I need it. Okay. So the actions is where I need to go next. Action done. Oh no. I don't. No, no. I don't want to skin this cat. I could store a list of action sequences or a vector or some dynamic memory thing, which I kind of don't like. I could pre-allocate a certain number. I could have an array of pointers, and you'd only ever be allowed so many subsequences within an action sequence. I'm not too opposed to that. I don't think we need more than one or two subsequences. Oh, options. Okay, well, I can't pre-allocate the action sequences because I have to know the size of the number of actions. Which leads me right now towards action sequence pointer subsequences array. Subsequence count. Sure. We can run with that, I think. So an array of pointers. No. What? That's actually not that bad. We can do this. We do have to initialize those. For this to work, x equals 0. X is less than subsequence count. I don't have to fully scope a lot of this stuff, but I think it's better to most of the time okay, so those are all null. Now, when I want to play a new subsequence, then sure subsequence index equals 0. Let's just copy this. For each index in that mass, subsequences at the index equals null. We can do a couple of things. we're going to set the subsequence index to index. Not 0, I want -1. Equal to a new action sequence with size. And we can break. If subsequence index is greater than or equal to 0, then we found a spot to put it. Otherwise, we can error out. And if this errors out, then maybe I'll consider adding dynamic memory, blah, blah, blah. You know, some list or vector dynamic container. Use more than sequences. It prize, or maybe it sends to jail. Not sure which. Okay, that should stand out nicely. At this point, all of this is going to be the same as here. We should assert some things. Assert size greater than 0. You can't have a 0 action subsequence. That doesn't make any sense. Copy that over here as well. Okay. So, when this action starts, we will take this subsequence action index. For now, that should do it. We're going to take m for subsequences at subsequence index. Just for consistency. Dot start. Okay, and then set do until at this index. So for do until, it's here's what's in the update loop. And here's how to know when we're done. This is pretty straightforward. We're going to capture have to capture this. We could do subsequence equals oh no, I don't want to do it that way. I want to keep this way. So I could make a variable up above that captures this as subsequence, and then instead of passing this and this index, we could just pass just the subsequence. But here, I want this and subsequence in the on end, because we're going to delete the subsequence. Set on end So we might as well be consistent through this whole section. I think. This is the are we done yet test, so it has to turn a boolean. Set on it. Okay. So I think we're mostly stubbed out, ready to fill in. Boilerplate. So on the update, we take this thing and update it. When we are done when this thing dot is running is false. All right, so first we start it, then every sequence we update, and then we ask, are we still running? We're not running, we end, and when we end, or after we end, then we take subsequences, index, and set it equal to null. Boom. I think that's it. You know what? I'm not sure I'll be able to start a new subsequence because the subsequence might not be able to do this step. Let me think about that for a second. Not from within itself. So if I say start, it literally just runs this. Well, it's like the start animation. I just say start, and nothing else is part of this action sequences control. Oh boy, it's not gonna be doable. Or not doable in the way that I want to happen. I can pass down the parent action sequence. And then when the so sound and animation, they can run on past the end of the action sequence. But this action sequence, when it finishes, has to terminate all the subsequences, or else it can't be properly deleted and cleaned up by the scheduler. Oof. Which means that any user would have to guarantee that it's okay to stop this animation at the end. Okay, maybe that's what we have. Fired. Be okay. This title some sequence terminated. At the end this action sequences. Okay. Something I need to keep in mind. It's this. I don't think I can do where I think of that. All right, hopefully that's making sense. Let's see. Let me look at it a little bit just to see if my brain is in the right place. This solve any of my problems. In this case, I want the sounds to finish, and I don't need to cube the action sequence around. I could create the action sequence alongside instead. There are reasons to not do it this way. I think I'm going down a rabbit hole here. I think we need to comment this stuff out. And sit on this for a little bit while I think about it. Which means back here in the game scene, it needs to go in here somewhere. This scheduler gets an action sequence based on the number of matched characters, which is captured here. This current guess. Address of this click sound. Action index. Which I am calculating, right? Yes. Okay. I don't know. Maybe this will work okay. So basically, I'm saying, as one of the last in step one, we're doing a bunch of snap updates. One of them is to create a new action sequence and play the sounds in order, in sequence. Basically, the end of this action sequence here is to fire off a new sequence. Yeah, we can try it. And it crashes. Okay. Good clean real quick just to make sure we're getting not a linked issue. Which I built in the wrong directory, so it's gonna take longer. So I've just about got my first pass of branding done. Get a logo and a banner, throw those up on my different socials. Might help a lot, look a little more professional. Although I could not say I'm a professional streamer. I don't think of myself as a streamer or a content creator. I think of myself as a programmer. Maybe that will change with time and experience. 1 week of streaming is not really much time. And so far, yield following has not grown very quickly. But time is the same thing as exposure. If I do this long enough, people may eventually see it recommended. And that's where it crashes. Okay, so we come to run this in debug mode. Or run it in the debugger, rather. Right. Means everything's going to go slower. You know, we have not run a release build in a long time. We should do that periodically just to make sure. Okay, running state equals true. Segfault. Back trades. So, scene is updating, the scheduler is updating. It goes to the action sequence and says, go ahead and start, which starts the first action. What does that look like in games? I'm willing to bet it's here. So new action sequence equal to okay, that'll actually that if condition. Create a new sequence on the scheduler. We start at index 0 for the number of matched characters. We say play a sound. So on the next frame after this executes, we should try to play the sound. But it's a seg fault. It's the scheduler creating this new sequence. That could be a seg fault. Action start. Line 74. Guessing we see that start. I'm even guessing instead of -1, immediate 0. Guessing even this one fires off the first one. Okay. It's in here. This is the line that's killing me, I think. Oh, did I run clean? I didn't want to run clean. Oh well. Well, run it. Down it goes. Pop. Okay. Submit word animation finished. Backtrace. So in the action sequence starts. It calls action start. It's this right here. And this. Action has a pointer. Just running. I'm so consistent. Oh, delightful. We can put a breakpoint here. Who calls action sequence start? Okay, so that goes into the unstarted actions. We start all the ones that are unstarted. Then we update everything. Okay, I think I know what's going on. We put a new action sequence on this list. And then we push that pointer onto the unstarted list. We're in the midst of this one. So, I think we have to test if sequence dot is running, then update. In other words, since we just added something to the action sequences, and then this continues updating, it might hit when it's not running. And when this one goes to start, the index might not be, well, let's see. It is safer whether to do it that way than not. Anyways, regardless of whether that fixes it. Oh, I didn't set a breakpoint. Well. Boom, it explodes. Okay. Yes, yes. So this, what I call this action inside this loop, I bet it's invalidating this iterator. And if I remember right, that iterator is over a list. So I can't do convenient. Okay, okay, what about this? What if we simplify? Oh no, I can't simplify. Can I simplify? Hmm. This just creates it, and then I was having it auto start them on the next frame. Maybe I don't. Maybe I don't put it that way. All right, let's do a little test. How bad is this going to be? Okay, I'm being silly. Put that back in. We're gonna make both of these lists of pointers, which I kind of don't like. Auto. Let's not use auto. Let's do action sequence pointer. Sequence in sequences. We will delete the sequence. It's definitely not what I meant to do. There we go. Here's the sequences running. Kind of stop. Okay. Let's delete it. I'm going to delete all of those. New action sequence of action count. Action count. Push back. Results. Here. This becomes a two-step thing. Action sequences dot push back sequence. So when I ask for a new action sequence, it's only put on the unstarted action sequence list. Then in the update, we say anything that's not started, start it, and put it into this list. Unstarted. There we go. Just in case we have something that between one frame and the next created an action sequence, and then we delete the scheduler before it runs start here. Sequence pointer. Pointer. And clear out the unstarted action sequences. Nothing should be unstarted at this point. Let's see. How are we looking? Ooh, Sasha Albert. I'm doing good. Oh, artwork for streamers. I already got an artist going right now. And I'm not the richest streamer yet. You can see from my follower count that there's a lot of work to still be done. I am happy to look at your portfolio, though, for when I get money and can buy more assets. Right now, I'm just getting the logo and the banner done, and that's it. In the future, if your portfolio is good, I might be interested. I have Discord. Yes. Okay. Got your Discord. I'll take a look at your portfolio. Thanks for checking in. I do not do a good job of keeping up with my chat, probably because I'm lured into a sense of false complacency by the fact that my stream chat is pretty quiet most of the time. Sense. that quite okay. Okay, we're gonna try that. Run it. I should not have an invalidated iterator now. Awesome. Okay. Okay. Let's copy a notebook over those 3 notebooks. Let's do ODS, welcome home, child. NCH doesn't look itself as ODS to look at. So 2, we're going to do O, D, not S. O, not B, S. Not O, D, S. There we go. D, O, O, S, D, S. Good. Then we just look for inconsistencies. Any contradictions we can force C is out, which means there's a contradiction. So it could not have been D or O. Come over here. Not the letter P. Really not much more information we can glean. Alternate demon. CHI. Oh wait. CHI have to be in. No. That might just be me being boneheaded. Let's take what was it? O, let's see here. OS, not D. So I know that the word chips. Oh, okay. There's a letter P in there. Okay. Laced rhino stump. STMP. I or E, so N is in, E is out, I is in, H is out, C is in. That is consistent. Let's check notebook number 4 real quick. No P, no C, no E. HIN, no M. Anyway, the animation's working with sounds now. Icons, I don't care. Okay. Which means we no longer have to run in the debugger. Okay. I really would like this one to work and not have to do it the way I just did it. Let me go back to look at that code. So I find a place to put stuff. I say when we start. Let's play new subsequence. That all seems to work fine. subsequence. What about you know what? Let's go to the scheduler. New action sequence puts it in unstarted, then moves it to action sequences the first time it runs through that list every frame. Okay? So what about void start sequence, action sequence, start sequence. Okay, so that means I can create a new action sequence somewhere. And when sequence code here. I don't even really need, I can do a bind on this one. And on this one, and on that one. Oh, I can't do a bind on this one. I have to flip the logic. Which maybe argues for doing that in a thing. So let's go to the action. It stopped. Turn not is running action sequence. We'll have a similar thing. You can even make these ones const because they're not actually computing anything or not updating state like action sequence. Here, action sequence says we can update. Let's see, isn't running yet. So we're updating running within running flag within the is running function. So if the function, if this isn't running, if this is false, it doesn't bother updating anything because there's nothing to update. The animation is done. But if it is running, we might update the running state by finding an end of action condition. Here. Underscore is complete. What is this complete? Oh, it's a function. That's right. Maybe I should rename that, but it's fine. So this one cannot be static, constant, whereas this one can. Action sequence.cpp. Yeah. We have something working, which means we can be a little bit bolder about experimentation. So the game scene, let's go back in there. This part, we are going to want to replace. Oh wait, let me think about this. Set play new subsequence. So on start, we're already into the frame. I kind of want start to always happen on the frame. Oh, well, we can do this two different ways. Which maybe means we put in okay. Let's take the easy one. Play this. Mm. On end, delete itself. I believe this to be correct logic, and it should just work. However, that does not give me a clean way to set it and forget it. So I think this is okay, just to start testing with. Let's just take a look. Of course. Oh, yeah. Change it to pointer. Oh, change it to pointer. It's always been pointer. So we just change those. Return type, that makes sense. Turn is stopped. It's that one. No return function. This one does need to return. Turn the subsequence index. Turn that equal to 0. Then return a thing. Otherwise, return null. Done. I know I could cause a null pointer exception if we go to that error message. It's fine. Because we'll already have the error message logged out to the console, so we'll be able to see clearly what's going on. These are no longer playing sounds. Did I comment that out? I probably did. Because I was. Yes, here we are. Animation 0, 1. So what I need is another state. I don't think this serves any purpose right now. subsequence point to set. What do I call it? Action sequence. Set play new subsequence. I don't know. Yeah, I stubbed out this idea to do consider passing in existing sequences. Instead of creating new on the fly. Oh, but that raises the question of ownership, which I don't know how to do with. Unless, so the idea there is you set up a sequence of fixed actions in your game class somewhere, and you just keep passing it to the scheduler, but then how does the scheduler know which things it created and which things it needs to delete? So we're just going to leave it alone. We're going to ignore it. Brings us back to here. Play new subsequence at 2. And it needs to play -1. There we go. Needs to play that many things. Subsequence equals this sequence. Then we can call it sound sequence. It's consistent. That adds all of those things. Go ahead and add one more and put that log statement in. Sequence set immediate 3 to log note submit. Yes. So it'll kick off this sequence only once the sounds are all done. Will it print that? Let's try this out. Coding is a lot less about like design and engineering than most people think, mostly because you don't have all of the job requirements before you get started usually. It's much more of an exploration type of thing where you're discovering the shape of the problem and what you need. It's clicking once, no matter what. So I've done something wrong. I create a new sound sequence. I give it the action index. Play sound. Play new subsequence. There used to be a wait in between sounds, but there's not anymore. So we need that times 2 minus 1 jump. I like the default to a pass action, which does nothing and immediately goes to the next action within the same frame. It doesn't even play. Still, that's just bad. So, step 0, move the letters, then immediately move things around back to where they were, set the text everywhere where it needs to be. Then action 2, give me a new subsequence for playing sounds. Within that, just say play sound, play sound, play sound. After which we then log. Oh boy. That was only 1 click. And then it died. Oh. And the size was 0. Oh. Okay. We still want this check around it. That might help some. Let's even click. Okay, it's not crashing on 0 anymore. I'm only hearing 1 click. I'm only hearing 1 click. So I know that this sequence for playing a sound works fine. So I've done it here where animations are disabled. Over and over again. Okay. Right. We're going to check. We're going to do something else here just to see what happens. Set a frame action. Still capturing frame data. At one point I had like a frame count. Oh, I don't. Okay. Started at 0. The update function. There, now I can just use it wherever I want. Which is in SubSequence. There we go. Set frame, action index plus plus. We should capture match buffers as well. And we're going to report the frame number. Underscore frame count. Just to see. Need this pointer? I needed this pointer. Okay, interesting. The sound starting on frame 3192 is apparently oh dear. You know what we could do? Let's plus action index. Okay. Now action index will always be consistent. Which means I have a mismatch parenthesis somewhere. Maybe. Right there. I couldn't write it to the executable because I had it open and oh, that's awkward. Just do a clean and build real quick to make sure things are happy. this to work. In this way. Sound 1 of 2, but it did not advance to the next sound. Why is that? Why is that? Whoa, okay. I inverted the logic, then left the exclamation mark in. So maybe that's my problem. Maybe that's why it's quitting after playing the first sound. Oh, I'm ready to clean again. Someday I'll get smarter about this. If this works, then the question becomes, can I make it a start animation sequence? And do all the bookkeeping I need to there. And I think I know. The shape of the problem is becoming more clear as I work through it. Okay, well, it says it played both sounds, but it did not. So here on frame 36, oh, did I not invert the logic there as well? Do I have any other sequences of sounds that I play? Not really. This is usually it's just to play a single sound of things like that. It's not an action sequence. Okay, so is stopped. Sequence. Okay, but play sound should say start playing the sound until the sound is not playing. Oh. There we go. We've debugged that issue. Which means I can do that. And now the sounds will play. We do not need to run clean. Just a straight increment build should be fine. And it quit. Index less than action count. Oh. Oh goodness. Because I uncommented this code. There we go. That will never happen again. I'm double incrementing one up here in the for loop and one here I had a plus plus, so I changed the line we just deleted. I did not change the commented outline. Right. AEDTRA. Let's try Okay. Looking for contradictions. If I can force a contradiction, I know that the rest of it's garbage. So this laced is already invalid. So this one, RT was never a valid option. E has to be in, P has to be in, IM have to be out, and there's contradiction here at Rhino and lines. Which means it had to be A and R. E or D, so not M or O. Not I. DS or DS or ED, not PD, so E has to be in, and S has to be in. Okay. Everything except for J and K. Breaks. Hey, we did it. Okay. Well, that's besides the point. Because now this works. But we don't want to just play sounds. We want to start a new subsequence and not. Oh, wait. That was what I was going to check. Part of my debugging was to check the timing. So does not print this out until all the sounds are completed. So we're waiting for those sounds to play. I don't want to wait for those sounds to play. So we're going to take a restroom break. Now it's going to come back and do the not play item subsequence, but we're going to start a subsequence. So let's do that. Unless anyone has any immediate questions. Nope, nobody in the chat has new questions. All right. Okay. Here we are. So this was option 1, which requires no special code except okay. So this was me using the scheduler to add a sequence for the sounds, and that plays them fine. Last thing we're gonna, and then we went and said, let's let the action sequence manage its own subsequences. So that's this one, and the maybe tricky part is this. Let's see here. Use sequencer to manage in action sequence. Add new action sequence to scheduler. That's one way to do it. Action sequence. Just let the action sequence manage its own subsequences. Okay. Tiny bit of cleanup we're gonna do around this before we move on to the next piece. The cleanup is here. Action sequence is here. We are going to bind instead. So we'll put like button. Good heavens. Only get type. Find the method address to its this. Do I have functional in here? I don't. We should put functional in here. Okay. Set on start at this index to be std bind action sequence start this set to until this index std bind action sequence. Well, it's not this, it's actually going to be, where's my subsequence? M underscore subsequences at the index. At subsequence index. That will be a pointer, so that should be fine. Okay, so update. Found this. Oh. SPD bind. Is stopped. This. Now, we don't actually need any of this pointers at all. Therefore, we can clean up this just a little bit. Sequence pointer subsequence equals this mess subsequence. 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 And lastly, what we need to pass now is the index where we do things. So we go to capture this and subsequent. Okay, so this one's still just for consistency. We won't do it that way. Okay. These two lines don't change. Oh, wow. Okay. Basically using STD bind instead of creating lambda functions. I think it's probably better in most cases since these are literally pass-throughs. I'm saying when we start the action, just use this action sequence start, which is what I'm doing here, except more convoluted. Same with the update, and it's stopped. Everything else should be good. The only part we have to do anything on straight pass-through is the cleanup step. Just make sure this works as well, because if this is clean, oops. Then it'll give us a better copy paste from the other one, for the start action sequence, subsequence. Make sure it still works like expected. Yeah, and the submit gets complete is happening after the sound is complete, so we're good. Okay. I like this cleanup. This is a little bit better. Which brings us to set start new sequence. So we are creating a new sequence in m_subsequences. That's fine. And we are returning it for people to edit. This is no longer a requirement. So we're like, the animation can continue to run the subsequence. It can keep run after this sequence terminates. Yeah. So we're saying we don't actually control when this ends or have anything to do with it. Which means all we have to do is set up the start. So here you can see, like in the start animation, all we do is start it. That's it. In fact, that's fine. Like above where we changed everything to be STD bind, we could do that here as well, instead of a lambda function. I don't even feel that. I'm just curious. I just want to see if there's any like internet knowledge real quick. STD bind versus lambda. Somebody asked it on Stack Overflow. Maybe I share? Is it interesting? people are saying that lambda is faster than bind. Because, and by, well, by measurable amounts. Maybe we just favor lambda, so they can, lambda gets to do a lot of optimization that an STD bind apparently doesn't, because the STD bind at runtime, the compiler doesn't look at it and say, could I determine everything I need to know at compile time, which the lambda does. Maybe we just favor lambdas then for now. Well, let me undo. There it is. That. All right. La, la, la. Okay, we'll keep this around. Another note. Question. Lambdas faster than binds. And we'll put this in my notes. To do. Okay. We'll go back to the way we had it. All right, back to here. Sorry. Side trip. Let's. I need to uncomment this guy. Okay. So if we have a subsequence, let's see if my jalapeno poppers have cooled down enough. Basically what we're going to do, so here the set immediate fire off. So what we're going to do is we're going to do a set immediate at the end, at the index, capture this. We're going to capture it. What we're going to do is this point to underscore scheduler dot start sequence or add sequence. I think we're going to do it. Add sequence. We're going to do two things. At m underscore subsequences at subsequence index. Boom. And the other thing is we're ceding all control to the scheduler equals pointer. So the scheduler will clean it up when it's done. Becomes order of subsequence. Okay. I think I might just about do it. So then we have to pick up the scheduler to handle it. Add sequence. So we're going to add an existing sequence. which opens some interesting possibilities. Scheduler. Insert sequence label to go. And underscore go. If sequence dot is running. Okay. Then if it's already running, we can put it straight into m underscore action sequences dot push back this sequence. And do we immediately update? We can sequence to update. No. Underscore unstarted sequence action stuff, which back sequence. I think that's it. Everything else should just happen magically. I have one problem. This here. In fact, this here. It's here. If you put it here, it starts on the next frame. If I want the sound to start on the same frame, then what I need to do is put it here, except that invalidates my iterator here. This iterator. So in SubSequence, we say add a thing to our list of sequences. See what I mean? So that invalidates that. Hey, on the one hand, it shouldn't. Because all I'm saying is walk through to the end of the thing. So I should be able to add as much as I want before I get to the end and have it immediately run. We can try it. I don't think it's going to work though. Oh yeah. Oh. Oh, I'm inside of actions. Oh, interesting. Okay, that makes sense. Good action sequence. We need to know who your scheduler is. Snack time. That's right. Doing some jalapeno poppers today. Welcome back to the stream, my Brazilian friend. I'm probably butchering it, but my vomechama. And I'm not even guessing those capital letters. Is that a acronym or? Is it a Brazilian word I don't know? Okay. Let's see, is my audio on? I've got my audio on. Yep. I am good. How are you? I have an action sequence. And this does not contain scheduler. If I play a subsequence, I never have to know what the scheduler is. So a subsequence couldn't spawn out another subsequence. I could cheat. I could do this a couple ways, and I hate both of them. One, I declare scheduler to be a friend of action sequence, so that the scheduler can set the parent object inside the action sequence when it creates it. Option 2, I pass a void pointer to action sequence, and I just happen to know that that is always a scheduler based on usage. How do I feel about that? Let's do that. That's fast and dirty. We'll try it out. If I don't like it, we can go back. Void pointer to parent or to scheduler. Now a whole bunch of stuff is gonna break, and that's okay. Actually, not that much. Void star underscore scheduler. Basically, what's the scheduler that's running right now? CPP scheduler. So inside the scheduler, where we create new action sequences, we pass this as a void pointer. And in action sequences, where we create a new subsequence, right here, give it m underscore scheduler. Same thing here. Okay. This I need to declare that I know that there is such a thing as a scheduler. Let the linker deal with that, hopefully. This point to m underscore scheduler. Wait, I don't need the address. This is already an address. So take this, we can cast it. Try to dynamic cast. To a scheduler pointer. add the sequence. See how much things complain. Target is not pointer or reference to a complete type. I can tell it there's a class scheduler. Dynamic cast. This action sequence and scheduler, 2-type class scheduler pointer. Source is not a pointer to class. Okay, well, then we are going to do even worse things then if it's not going to. It's not going to play nice. We will static cast a pointer. In values of incomplete type scheduler. Forward declaration of scheduler is the whole point. This value is not captured. That could very well be subsequence index. No return statement. This thing. Sequence index. Okay. Trying to study Java. Yeah. I did some Java back in the day, a couple different times. One in like web development, one in desktop application development. I'm not very impressed. I think Java tries to put on too many training wheels. You don't have as much control over memory, so whenever you create a new object, even if it's only scoped over the lifetime of the function, it's created as a pointer to the heap. Maybe there's better optimizations now, but the fact that I have no control over where that memory is and where it goes makes me sad. Other things like no operator overloading kills me. Absolutely kills me. Then you end up writing things like vector plus, and then handing it 2 vectors when that should just be overloadable. Math things should definitely be overloadable. You're absorbing. Well, here's a fun one. You can't compare a string using equals equals. That makes me sad. Because it's a reference, which means that it does compare the pointers and not the contents of the string. You have to use a string utility, which just makes me sad. Lots of things about Java have problems. Plus, it's running on a stack-based VM. I'm not a big fan of stack-based VMs. A little bit too much overhead. Runs a little too slow. By design. Oh, so we compiled, and this works. So we're going back to main scene and plugging this in to see if it runs as expected. So in here, instead of set play new sequence. We're going to set start new subsequence. So what this is going to do is this is going to create a new subsequence with 2 actions. Well, no, at step 2, yeah. As the 3rd action of the current sequence. So this is a subsequence of some number. It's going to fill that up with sounds. It should kick it off without waiting for it to finish. So instead of the animation not being done, the sequence not being done until the last sound is played, it will instead start the sounds and finish. Yep. Yeah. So it's printing out submit guess complete at the same time it starts playing the sounds, not when the sounds have all completed. Perfect. And nothing's blowing up, so the scheduler's properly taking care of it and cleaning it up. Good. Oh, thank goodness. Not worse than my college seat experience. C. Here's the problem though. C requires that you know how the machine works and what it's doing with the memory, which 1 is painful, but 2, it's very powerful. It means that you know exactly what's happening on the machine. When you add too many layers of abstraction between yourself and the machine, I think we start losing too much performance. Not every abstraction, but almost all abstractions add overhead. C, CIA master. I wouldn't say master, but I'm okay at it. Pointer of a pointer. Okay. I can try. Let's get scratch buffer up. So the question is, can you explain to me the pointer of a pointer? All right, so we have a value, and this value in the program actually is an address to a location in memory. That has some size. So when we write this in any compiler, really, it says reserve for me enough memory for an integer, and the name value corresponds to this address in memory. Okay? So if we get a pointer, and we set it equal to the address of the value, then what we have is in memory, we have the address and size of this address. So an int star is the size of 1 pointer. So let's just say you're on a 32-bit machine. It says in memory at this address, give me a 32-bit pointer. And that pointer is pointing to the address of value. So now we can do things like the contents of pointer equals 3, right? So when we say the contents of pointer, what we mean is this memory address, the memory at address value, the memory at address pointer. We are saying the memory at pointer. Okay? Equals the address of value. Equals. So the memory of pointer at that address contains the address of another place in memory, which is this address here, right? A value is an address and pointer is an address. Is that all clear? So it says look up the address we stored in this pointer and use that to access the memory as an address. Okay, until here we're okay. Now a pointer in C can also, so let's do this. Int pointer array of 5 elements. This is actually the same thing. It's a memory at, well, let's do this, array equals some address of the start of a 5-element array. Okay, so in this case we didn't ask it for a special address, or set it to some address. Instead it's like this. So if you do in C something like array, well, let's do it this way. Pointer equals new int 5. Okay, we're saying on the heap, give us 5 elements of memory and return the address, and we're going to store that address. Right? So this is the other thing we can do, is we can do like array. If you say the contents of array equals 5, right? Or, well, let's do 7. What you're doing is setting the first element of array equal to 7. You can do things like array plus 1, which means take the width of the thing we're pointing to, this int, offset by 1, and assign that equal to 7. This is the same as array subscript 1 equals 7. These are the same. This is just odd address offsets, right? From the start of the array. So what gets interesting is there are a couple things we can do with pointers to pointers. If you have an int star something equals the address of pointer, one thing I've seen is a function, right, that says void init value, right? And it'll take an int star value. What it's going to do is if the contents of value, so it's a pointer, I guess we should write out what we're doing here, memory of this address, okay? So when we take the contents of value, what we're actually getting is a pointer to a pointer equals the address of pointer. So we have an address of pointer, and pointer contains the value, the address of the value. Okay, does that make sense? And what address is this information? Okay, so it will do things like if the contents of value equals null pointer. So if you pass in a null pointer, one thing that they can do is say the contents of value equals a new integer, and then do things with that pointer, right? Maybe it takes the contents of the value and assign it to 13, right? But if you have a null pointer, so for one example, you can pass into a const char star string type thing, not const, but a char star pointer to null, and it will allocate that for you, and then proceed as usual. So one thing you might see is like char star temp string. Actually, maybe that's better. Go char star temp string. Init string. We're going to take a char star string. The contents of string is, well, string pointer. String pointer is null. Then the contents of string pointer equals a new 256 byte string, new value of s pointer, or we could do this. The contents of s pointer sub 0 equals the null character, right? So we could do something like that. Let's see, let's follow. I'm absorbing. If I want to create an array integer 5. Yep, there's 2 ways you can do it. But the nice thing about this paradigm of you can pass me in a pointer to a pointer that's null is if I already have the buffer, right? Maybe I already have a buffer for this, right? Maybe well, let's call it buffer. S pointer. If I pass in a buffer that already has stuff in it, so I've already allocated stuff maybe, and I'm just recycling it, then I never get this allocation that I have to clean up later, right? Or I know when I clean up that I've already created it elsewhere. If the int 0 pointer is 0, then the next one would be like 4, 8, and etc. Yes, depending on the size of the array. In this case, in my case right now, the int is a 4-byte value. Using star star, I can create an array of pointers, and the array values to be spread in memory locations. Yeah, so you can do some, for example, you could have a star 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 string array, right? And the way to think of this is you have a pointer to a bunch of strings. So this is your list, your array of strings would be like this. And the array values would be spread in memory locations. Yes. So this part would point to a start of an array. So let's just do this. String array equals new char, and we'll make it 16 strings. So this is now a pointer to 16 character strings. Now, this memory is probably garbage, so one thing you would want to do is initialize that for index equals 0, index less than 16, index, and then for array at the index equals null pointer, right? Maybe that's one way you want to start. But each of these is its own address. So we could say new 256 byte strings. So what this looks like, let's just shrink that down. If we have an array of 4 and 16, what we then have really is an array of 1, 2, 3, 4. Losing count. Fine, use Emacs, I should not be losing count. We go meta 16 space there. This is what's happened in memory, is you have an array, and each element of the array contains a 16 character buffer. Now these have not been initialized either, so these are not all spaces, right? This is just to represent the memory. These are uninitialized, so this is probably, each one of those is garbage, and each of these is at an address that may not be contiguous. So this might be at address 0x1, 0x43, it doesn't matter. 7, right? There's no guarantees that any of this is contiguous or in any order of these addresses. So what you have is an array. This is a pointer to 4 pointers. And each of those pointers can point somewhere else. My brain will enlarge. Oh! So I hope that helps a little bit. If you have questions, I know that's kind of a rushed explanation and definitely not prepared, but that's kind of what's happening. Well, so in Java string, it's doing all of this under the hood. You don't see it, but it is doing it. And in fact, it's actually worse because Java strings are probably also reference counted. I don't know if they're copy on write. Let me check. Java string. It's got to be reference counted. There's no way that they can manage their memory. Yeah, Java manual reference count. That's probably correct. But it's a Java string copy on write. Okay. I guess. Okay. So what do I mean by that? So when you create a string, there's the string object, and it contains a pointer to a buffer in memory. It also contains a reference count to say how many things are pointed at this address in memory. So when you assign something that address, it's incrementing that counter. It's saying, well, there's 2 things pointed at me. There's 3 things pointed at me. When you move that point, if you point somewhere else, it'll decrement those if you delete a reference to it. So if you have a string and a buffer, and maybe there are actually 3 or 4 things pointing to that buffer, Java will keep count of those. When you delete one of those objects that points to that buffer, it'll decrement that counter, so it'll subtract 1. When it hits 0, Java knows that that memory is not being used anymore, and it will dump it to the garbage collector to clean up later. That's one of the problems of Java, is its garbage collection. It's handy for people that don't want to keep track of memory themselves, but there's a cost in that you don't control when that memory is freed up. So that's one problem. The second problem is called copy on write. Instead of copying that buffer from string to string, if you say this string equals that string, what it does is it just copies a pointer to the buffer. So that's one of those increment reference counts, right? And it doesn't actually copy it. The garbage collector is not a good thing. Depends, what do you want? The garbage collector is good if you don't want to think about memory. However, if you're trying to write like a high performance game and you're trying to get 60 frames per second, paging textures in and LOD, files and all that sort of thing, large textures, meshes, animations, your garbage collector will build up a certain amount of garbage, and then it will decide, I'm cleaning it up this time. And you have no control over that. So all of a sudden your frame rate goes from 60 frames per second, thunk, drops to like 4, and then back to 60. It's a really bad player experience. If I have control of all the memory, I can make decisions about when that memory is freed. So if you want high performance, there's almost always a better way to manage your memory manually than the garbage collector. If you want to write code without thinking about performance or about when the garbage collector fires off and how to keep track of which memory is freed and which one's not, the garbage collector is really good for you. So it's just another tool. It's not bad. Just what are you trying to accomplish? So copy on write is basically when you write to a string, it's like memory times speed. Yeah, so the garbage collector does a lot of bookkeeping about what memory is being used and what's not, and how to put it all back to available. Yeah, so you can either manage your own memory and have better speed, but more likely to make programmer errors where you don't clean up the memory properly, reference something at the wrong time after it's been deleted. All sorts of weird things can happen. So you have to you have to pay attention to what you're doing with your memory, which is why I like C. It forces you to know what's happening in your memory, whereas Java hides it and covers that up with the garbage collector. You don't have to think about memory, they said. It'll be just fine, but there's a performance cost. and you have no control over when the garbage collector fires, and what that does to your performance. So yeah, it's a choice. There may be limited cases where the garbage collector doesn't cause you any more issues than managing the memory yourself in terms of performance, but those would be very narrow, specific cases. Interesting teacher. Well, I think a lot of modern programmers don't know what is happening deep down inside, and I'm trying to get better at that myself. I think my career set me back. Trying to build too many high level things without knowing all the low level details, and I'm still not nearly low enough, but I am pushing myself lower and lower. And at that level, I do think C is just a better language. It doesn't hide anything from you. It forces you to think about what you're doing on the machine. So hopefully that helped. Where was I? What was I working on? I've forgotten. Let's just try to see where we were. I'm pretty sure where we were. Is that the submit gets complete is happening as soon as it starts the sound, not when the sounds are over. So, correct. Okay. So we're right where I wanted to be. Yeah, and we play the sound, so I'm actually happy with that. I like that method as having more control. We don't need this print statement anymore, which means we don't need 4 elements in our action sequencer. We can need 3. So the 3 out steps are move the word. Right now it's working on a diagonal, and then do a bunch of bookkeeping to keep all of our data correct and consistent, and then we start the sound. This may move, but that's only step 1. Step 1. I actually think I want to do this part in 2 parts. I want one animation to describe the X movement, and the other one to describe the Y movement. And it'll make sense in a moment. So let's go change that. Submit guess animation. Oh, do we have to? We can do it with. We can do it with one animation. It's probably safer that way. So we're going to set range from 0 to 1. So basically the start of animation to the end of the animation. And instead, we're going to get a value, which I'm going to call T, which is not actually the T we've talked about before. I want to understand things in a deeper way. Until now, I just made high-level web. Yeah, exactly. So I spent the first, I don't know, gosh, 6 years of my career doing like Python and Java. Then the next place I did, we were in Unity with C#, and all that's fine. After that, a lot of web development, all Java, JavaScript, which JavaScript is an abomination, so don't ever want to go back to that again. Then most recently I did get some C++, but it's mostly Python. So yeah, I agree. I want to learn things in a deeper way. So there's this guy named Casey Muratori. He has a Substack called Computer Enhance. Let me look it up real quick. I'll put it in the chat. And I haven't actually subscribed to it. I should someday when I have time to give it the attention I need. But there you go. For like $5 a month, you get access to this guy talking about how your CPU works, how caches work, why cache misses are a bad thing, how to, a lot of the, yeah. So some of it I already know, but he's definitely at a different level from me. He's spent a lot more of his career deeper down inside the guts of the machine, and I'm totally jealous of what he knows. I have a course. I do not have a course. But this course might be useful. Computer Enhance. It's on my list of things to check out when I have lots of free time. Animation interpolate current x to next x by t. Now, of course, I don't remember interpolate t from start to end. Okay, I guess it's that way. T to start to end. This will be x. We're going to move x linearly. Wait a minute. Okay, so I guess I need. I can do it in a couple ways here. I can apply the easing method in this interpolate function. Is that bad? Doesn't make me super sad. Easing method ease equals easing method. Linear is always going to be the default because that's what most people would expect. Let's make some changes to this. I think it's just more convenient to do it this way. Get rid of this for now. These. Of course, I need to look up the function here. T and then method. I think that just about does it. Interpolate. Give it the easing method. Now, I do have some mini lectures I think I might do someday on different topics, but a bit more of a following before that happens. And I am not capturing X or X. X, next Y. Okay, so that's one. This one we're going to make linear. This one will be the Y animation. What we're going to do is we're going to do an ease in on the Y axis. Ease in. I think this is all correct. Everything else is the same. So instead of moving diagonally down, we're going to do some fun movement, hopefully. Ease in. Okay. Ease. Oh, back in. Back in. Okay. We may have to make a few small changes to things as we go, but this shouldn't be too bad. That's a first pass. Interpolate. Give it a default value, so it shouldn't be required. Maybe just do a clean. That for a test drive. Boom. Okay. The back out is way too much. So it calculates a distance here, and then basically a percentage of that comes out and up and down. Now I could cheat. I could move it in a semicircle and then drop it linearly. Mm-hmm. Hmm. Can we do that smoothly enough? Maybe. Ideas, ideas. I want it to look like it's jumping off the ledge onto the bookshelf. So I need to raise it some amount up. At the same time it's moving sideways. How far is that? Okay. Current X, current Y, next X, next Y. Just so we can see it. Okay. Moving from 185 to 40. I should have done it twice. I want to see the other direction as well. Should be similar distance, right? So 140. That is not 140. Just have to move a little further because of this offset. So we're jumping from here to here, but then we have to jump from here all the way to. No? No, it's fine. It's just the distance has to move. I don't want to go up 90. Don't want to go up 90. Or 145. Hmm. So what I'm thinking right now is breaking the animation into 3 parts. The first part will be the jump to the jump from here to the top of the column it's going to fall into, right? So boing to here, then the drop, then we'll put a bounce at the end. So there's going to be 3 animations in sequence. So boing to here, then the drop, then a bounce. Okay. This is actually very, very similar to what we were doing before with the circles. Or the swapping the deduced letters. So let me see. sign is here. So this is doing a bunch of math. And it's basically the same math I have to do now for this first stage. So we've already done it. Yay. I've got both of the x's. We need to compute a midpoint between the two places. Except I don't have to use the middle x. Is that correct? X from here to here. It's height. Minus width and height. Okay. So the current rectangle is the width I care about. Current rectangle. Middle point is is the current rectangle middle? Rectangle middle divided by 2. We want it to end at the same height as before. Plus the next x plus next r dot width over 2. So that's basically the midpoint of the next, before we want to end up next, as far as x goes. Okay. Let's just keep that one right there. Come back down here. Let's already set the range. Maybe we change current x to x. Let's just see. 0 to 1. Index doesn't matter. Let's change it. Current x to x1. Current y with y1. Next x, x2. xy with y2. There. Let's take a look. What do we still need? Going from 0 to 1. We're computing a radius. Pi Pretty. Didn't I? X1. That's the next two. We might swap the logic here. It doesn't matter too much. Okay, so we have x1, y1, x2, y2, x center, y center, the width and height, and we're passing in which direction to rotate, the signed pi, given our eased curve here, which can be we actually don't want to rotate half. We don't want to do half the rotation. 0.5. We will ease in, out. And we have to make some changes. This one has to be multi-stage. 1, 2, 3, 4. 2, 3, 4. One, 2. We're gonna go linear for now. Four, three, 2, 2, 2, not 1. Okay. Animation 1. So this should just do a little half arc above itself. Just try it out, see what it looks like. Well, that's not running in. 2, 3, 4. One dot middle, of course, is current R, which we could change to R1 to be consistent with the math below, which means next R would be R2. Let's see how that looks. Woof. Oh. Yeah. So this underscore current guest text dot move to animation Just move to X, Y. And that's it. This already can have the easy and curve to spread some routes. Your friend is so quiet. No, it's an old coworker. Old coworker. That's what I've got there. I don't let him have any snacks. What's that? Oh, I know why. You have to do a clean. Oh, we want to do that. Too late now, I guess. We'll let the whole thing run. I keep thinking I should name my poor skeleton, but I've never come up with one that I liked that would stick. There's always, the jokes from, let's see here, Shakespeare, Lass, or Yorick. I forgot the name of the. The last poor Yorick, I knew him, Horatio. Spoken by Hamlet. I thought it was spoken by the. Yeah, Yorick might not be bad. He's a court jester. So it is Hamlet saying it, not the gravedigger. First gravedigger. Yeah, maybe Yorick. Yorick seems okay. Oop, I'll finish. Try it again. Well, that was definitely not the right circle. Oh, didn't want to do that. Do it now. Yeah, my son knocked him over, so one of his arms busted off. It's a little sad. I need to solder the wire back on or something, or get some new wire. Yeah, right there, the bone sheared right off. A little sad. radius is from the center of my initial words. Let's choose this to 1. With W1. Updated. Click the button. Okay. So the radius is the distance from the center of my box oh no, W_2 doesn't make any sense. _1 with _2 means half width and half height. Be computed. Okay, so x plus half of its y, half of its width is the center of the box I'm looking at, so that's the current guess. Minus the center point. Center point is x2. No, not that one. R1 width. That's the current guess. That's the width we want divided by 2. That's where we want it to end up. Divided by 2 is the middle. Okay. I want it to end at the same height we started at. We decide the direction of rotation. It kind of doesn't matter right now. 0 to 0.5. Okay, x1 plus half of its width minus the center. Okay. Move 2. So this move 2 is more complicated than just that. So let's grab that. X center plus x minus half the width. Y center plus y minus half the height. That fix it. Anything. Turquoise FR. Sorry for bothering you. Want to offer promotions off your channel. Oh, well, that sounds delightful, but I figure I'll try to build this channel on my own. Then put a semicolon in that would have worked a lot better. Streamrise, yep. I'd rather build an organic following, if anything. That's it. Yes. Okay. So that one's working. Finally. For sure. Circle. Oh, I didn't even spell circle right. Good heavens. That's embarrassing. Yeah, both points. Okay, so that's stage 1. This can all go away. Animation 2 is going to be exactly the same, except from 0.5 to 1.0. The reason we're breaking this up is so that we can have different easing curves for both parts. One of them I want to accelerate, decelerate. Oh no. Oh dear. Nope. We have to ease these curves ourselves. Ugh. Oh well, we'll come back to that. Otherwise, everything else should work the same. Therefore, make this a bigger note. Action index plus plus. Action index plus plus. Action index plus plus. Sequence point two. Set. Oh, interesting. Action sequence, action index plus plus. So 0, 1, 2. Nope, that's 3, 4. Alright, so this should animate from the guess in an arc, guess down an arc. And it's going to immediately clean everything up, which is terrible, but that's fine. And if we have stuff, then we play sounds. Okay. I think it's almost time for a restroom break. Probably drinking too much water. But I like being hydrated, so that's just the way it is. Be back in a minute. One, two, three. So we're gonna need 4 of these. Okay. We should see a semicircle now, in theory. And it might be gum time. Oh, perfect. Perfect. Okay. The next piece is easy. I think we set range. We're going to go from y1 to y2. Go from x1, y1 to y2, x2, y1, y2. Given a double V. This is basically how to apply the value. This, yes, text dot move to x. Y. X2. Yeah, V is our new Y between the values of Y1 and Y2. Okay. 5, 3. So it should descend all the way down to where it needs to be. Down it goes. Almost there. One thing we're not doing is applying color. We should do that. So down here with no animations, we did this right before the increment guess. No, that's correct. We're good. Okay. So we go halfway down. This one will need some work. We'll come back to this. Last one. It's the bounce. It'll be from y2 over 2 to y2. Okay, so 1, I want an ease in, ease out. X2, I want an ease in. Let's go make some of these changes, make things start looking a little bit better. Ease in, out. Ease in. Yeah, it's going to go linear for a while. Okay, not ease in, it's probably quad. We have to find it somewhere else because I do care about X versus Y speed. Because they need to be treated separately. So it's going to give it to me linearly. You know what? I really want to do that. I would rather run X linearly. So animation, interpolate from X1 to X2 by T. That can be linear. Same thing here. So we won't slow down the X. It should march straight across without speeding or slowing. And there it goes. Oh. X1, X2. E comes first. Yeah, well, that's awkward. Oh, that's part of it. Added 3, we need to add 4. It means we need 6 elements. 2 are movement. From the top of the bookshelf to any shelf. I want it to run the same speed no matter how far it's dropping. So one thing I need to know is how far do I want to bounce from? I need to speed up. That's a quad in. It should speed up. Now that duration we need to compute from somewhere. I think the other thing we need to do is speed these up quite a bit. The third needs to go to some height above the target shelf. We'll just see what that looks like. Close. Better anyways. Could I calculate a path that's any better than what I'm doing now? You go through 1. Make it a I guess we could do a couple things. Let's see. do a in. Oops, not that one. Spring. Yeah. You got a bit distracted. Adding some nice functionality to animations. Thought this animation would be done today, but you know, whenever you add core capabilities to your tools, testing is a longer term. And there it quits. Probably because why? Which ease function call is it? Assert never gives me a stack trace. All right, what we're gonna do is debugger. Breakpoint and use.cpp line 51. That's probably maybe actually very helpful too. Oops. Yeah, okay. Line 51. If this is not true, log error incorrect. Is some number. Hey, we're gonna set a breakpoint on line 52. Alright, let's get a backtrace. That's not very helpful. Some of these lambdas I'm passing around. Set play animation. Probably that one, since nothing is moved. Data and functor. Just make it linear again. No, it's not. Okay. Interesting. What have I done? This used to work just a minute ago. Hmm. What if I make the time big again? That shouldn't matter, but what? Oh boy. We will get there eventually. T is negative 0.000001. Okay. Where is interpolate? Being manually, no, it's not manually called. Interesting. Did I break it? Oh. All my old decisions are coming back to bite me. Okay, I know what's happening. We're applying the easing here. We're also applying a linear interpolation, a linear eased interpolation here because I was a doofus and thought I would be clever and adding the easing curves to the interpolation itself, which I no longer like. Therefore, we will remove it right here. Fine, because I don't think I'm using it anyways now. I didn't think it might be a fun idea for a minute, but I no longer think that. Oh, yep. It's just being silly. Leave debug. Okay, we'll get there eventually. Where are we at? We are not nearly where I want to be. Here's another idea. Maybe too many ideas. We could implement Bezier path following. Or we can make it slightly less organic and a little more mechanical with just a slide left, right, then drop. I don't have as much control of the velocity as I would like at this moment. And all of a sudden everything's fixed. Wow. Okay. Ugh. Thing. You know what? Let's copy this here. They were working. Should therefore work again. The only difference is that. Ugh. Keep running a clean build. Always waste time. Enable that function. Oh, I know why. Yep, no good. No good. Because of the back end out. Log in. Try that, I guess.
Yeah. Thank you.
I swear. Oh. Log in. So that should just accelerate. We're gonna have a different plan, but instead of okay, so there's that. Yeah, I feel like this duration too. I think we remove it. I think that anything we do will not need that many seconds. Let's do this. animation 2 everywhere else.
Any comments for other one?
No. This one. This one become 2. This one become 3. This one become 2, 3. Okay. 5. So I should not see any more animation. Okay. Option 2. Let's do something a little bit. Let's try something different. Sure, pin 0, 1. We're going to go from there to the bone. This is the lift. We don't need pi or any other stuff. This one is related to this semicircle method. Okay, this one. All we're gonna do is x equals animation interpolate from x1 to x2 based on using method t and one quantity. Y it's going to be very similar except we're going to animate from y1 to y1 minus h. R, H. So it's going to we'll try with now let's just with your thing though. They're both plotted out. Oh, might not be the C was not declared in the scope, but B is. H is not be much faster on the X. Right. I want the X to accelerate through that curve and decelerate much faster than the y-axis. Make it work. Curve. Yeah. Okay, so guess 2 is from Y. Okay, so this is the H. I need to capture H. We go from somewhere. Here to y2 minus h. So we're going to lift up above, we're going to drop down to above, move to x2 and the value. Yep. Once I get there, I want to go from y2 minus height to y2. This third one we want bounce. This one we want clawed in, bounced out. Let's just be explicit here. Linear should be default. Okay. We'll see what that does. Well, that was terrible. What did it do? One second. We do add them all to the animation. This one animates from 0 to 1. It's x1 to x2. And then we end up at y1 minus h. Then we go from y1 minus h to y2 minus h. y2 minus h to y2. x2 value. Okay, I think that shouldn't be too bad. It's literally just tapping down there. To X1, X2. Just do a quint out. That still doesn't change the fact that we're going from Y. Oh, can't change things. Y1.
Don't forget the pizza, guys.
2. B. Problem. Oh, that looks better. Okay, a lot more of this is just times than the bounce is too slow, too short. Minus 2 times H.
What'd you say?
2 times H. Oh, I do hear it.
I was running my nose on.
Okay. All right, this is getting close. So the part left is I have to compute the distance between for the first drop and compute how long I want that to take. And then so that the velocity when we hit the bottom. Super long. ES.
Bring it upstairs.
Uh, JK EY. Okay, I need to blend this. So there's definitely some speed issues in this second segment. The first part where it lifts it is fine. I could compute points not based on an easing curve. I could compute it using gravity and bounce. Yeah, could, except it wouldn't be time. Oh. The point is, I want to be able to go whoop and drop it and look reasonable. I think that lift up is fine. The drop is not bad. So the question is, I need to compute a time such that it's accelerated the right amount when it switches to the other animation. Ugh. Or I write my own simulation and not use these easing curves. All right, let's speed up this first segment anyways. That's got to be a lot faster. 2.25. And that one looks okay to me. It's a nice little drop lift. It's the drop. Let's try to 0.5. I really don't want this animation to last forever. Because until it's over, you can't type new things. Let's just see what that looks like at the ends. That actually is not bad. It's this one I have to compute. Set duration based on the difference in height. And a rate. Rate of so many pixels per second. So the delta height is y2 minus y1 plus h. So y2 minus y1 plus h. Because this h cancels one of these h's, but not both of them. So minus. Oh, let's see here. Y1 minus h needs to end up y2. So if we subtract this minus this, it's minus plus. Yeah, it's plus h. Yeah, that's correct. That is the distance to fall divided by a rate should give me time. What rate should it be? I wish I knew the rate. Well, double height. And we can figure it out. This last time it's gonna fall double the height. And in bounce out. Bounce out. 8 over 11. 8 over 8 11ths. 8 11ths. 72%. So that last bit of falling is 72%. %. Of this thing's duration. Okay, so I know the rate has to start at. Is that true? That is start at? Oh, if t is less than 4 11ths. Here's the first bounce. Descend. I have 4 11ths. That's what, 36% of that time. This is the height the bounce has to know. Yeah, let's just divide by something. Total height. Falls 100 pixels per second. Just see what it looks like. Oh, yeah, that's too slow. 50, 25 pixels per second, 200 pixels per second. So I had that at half a second falling 2 heights. Buck. 300. It's probably about time to wrap it up, but I really don't like stopping here. Zoop. There's still a little bit of transition there. Zoop. Zoop. that slowing down instead of speeding up? In which case, maybe it's more like 250. Accelerating or decelerating? Looks like a small deceleration still. Still slowing down a little bit, which means we're going to slow. Zoom. And still okay. I'm gonna do some math instead of guessing. The rate is 2 times the height in. Oh, that's it's linked. This should be pretty close though. Per second, so we're gonna go with 2 times h per second divided by m underscore submit. Yes, animation 3 dot duration times 0.36. That's how long you have to get to that first bounce. There's my rate. Welcome to the channel. See how bad the movement discontinuity is in this one. Zoop. That wasn't bad. Oh. There's a little bit of a hitch there still. Because it starts at that last bounce out starts at 0. Right there, that discontinuity there. If we make them both slower considerably, I don't think I can start an easing curve. Well, this doesn't matter, we're changing every frame, so let's make that like seconds. You'll have to see, that bounce has to start from a 0 speed. Accelerate. So maybe I need to write my own custom path codes instead of trying to animate with easing curves for this one. It's accelerating. And then right about it slows down and has to accelerate again. Okay. This animation may not be appropriate for sequences of animated interpolations with easing curves. Hello, Nox7C9. How's it going? Welcome to the Descriptive Hesitancy. That may just be what I've decided is there's just, you can't segment these complex movements. So I need a different plan for that animation. I don't mind the lifting part. I think that's fine. The drop needs to be simulated better. I think that's just what I have to do. Oh, sorry. I am very far from my mic. I'm thinking. How's that? Is that better? Thanks. Okay, yeah, sometimes I get to thinking and I sit back up against that wall. It's a little too far away. So, what are you, from Australia? Aha. Well, all growing up, my dad would sing Waltzing Matilda, so I think I know everything I need to know about Australia right now. What I'm really curious about is why your text is up right side up in my browser here. I'm sure you've heard it all before. It's probably old stuff. Oh, all the old jokes. Sleuth. we all appreciate it. How are things down in Australia? Where are you at? Let's see here. Perth, Sydney? I don't know much else. Well, I guess I've seen Quigley Down Under. There we go. I've got some. Crocodile Dundee. I've seen that one too. Oh, Melbourne. It's cold. We're just moving into the early summer, so I've got the ACs running. So what brings you to the stream? Are you a programmer, gamer? Just looking for someone to chat with? Aha. Roger that. That's actually one of the reasons I started the streaming was if I'm sitting here streaming, I feel like I have to stay on task a little better. Yeah, so I guess I gave you a little background on the goals and aspirations here. I've built lots of things in different levels of abstraction. I've used Unity, so I know pretty well what a game engine needs and how a lot of them end up built. But I wanted to deepen my understanding, so I'm building something from scratch. You can see all the dependencies I have printed on the console there, and that's it. I'm not adding any more. Maybe my next game I remove GL math and maybe free type. I would like to. I don't like how much junk they bring in. And then two, I think that modern game engines over abstract, and so they're trying to be everything to everyone. So when you build like a basic Unity project with almost nothing in it, the output is huge. You know, hundreds of megabytes just at the minimum. I don't know what it is now, but it's just more junk than I need. So I'm trying to build a very small, compact, single executable that contains everything you need. Yeah, font rendering could be painful. I'm not doing it this time around. This one I've very narrowly scoped I've narrowed my scope a lot. So, for example, my camera is entirely fixed and it's just screen space. So there's no movement of cameras, no projection matrices other than just an orthogonal screen space. Everything's 2D. Yeah, so I'm keeping everything as simple as I can the first time around. Then I'll use those tools to bootstrap my second project. And the second project will be a little bit more involved. Maybe by the third project I'll be able to build one of my dream projects. The current project is an homage to a game from the 1990s that I used to play on the Macintosh, where you deduce words. Mine has a few twists and updates to it, and it's fully functional. The game is playable. You can play the whole game. 3 different game modes. So there's marathon mode, where you just try to get as many words guessed correctly in a row as you can, go as far as you can. There's sprint mode, where you have to get 6 words guessed in the shortest time possible. And then there's golf mode, where you try to get 9 words in a row with the fewest number of guesses. So yeah, this is not a copy, it's an homage. So, oh gosh, okay, we're gonna just quit that right now. We're gonna turn off animations for now, since that's actively being developed. But so, for example, none of the letters in lunch are in the answer, so I can zero them all out like this, or I can just double click the lunch word, and it zeros all the gray letters. I know that these 15 letters are completely unique. I know that the word chips has no letters in it because of reasons. So basically, Ultra Demon Chips is an anagram of these 15 letters. So if Ultra and Demon have 2 letters each, there are no other letters that Chips could have. So it has to be a 0. So if I type that in now, you'll see that I'm right. Laced, Rhino. So Stump has 1 letter for the same reason. Laced Rhino Stump is also an anagram of those same 15 high frequency letters. So I know that Stump has 1 letter without having to type it. Crowd lines match is the other one, so I know that match has 1 letter. A and D are out. T and R have to be in, so I left double click. RO has to be in. M has to be out. I need 1 more letter somewhere. BD doesn't have it. Logs. Jax doesn't have it. Waxed doesn't have it. Oh my gosh. Vitro. Voter. I'll bet it's voter. Hey! Since we're in marathon mode, you can go as high as you want, but every time you get less guesses until you're down to 10 guesses. Wordle, yep, but you get no positional information. So Wordle tells you if your letter's in the right spot or not. This doesn't give you any of that. So yeah, that's the goal. Keep my scope small. It's all playable. I'm more trying to make it look nice and play nice. Eventually we'll go back and completely redo all the graphics. This is, crappy programmer graphics. Yeah, that's what I'm working on. So Nox 7 C9, what's your game engine based on? Built in, what you trying to accomplish with it? I'm just curious what your project looks like. Yep. Picked a framework you like. Forked it. Good, good. Sweet spot between low level details. Yep. Yeah, exactly. I'm sort of the same goal, just I've stripped out everything. I'm starting at the very bottom instead of picking something that's close and trying to tweak it to my usage. So what framework did you go with? I'm just curious. Yeah, as far as abstraction goes, it's not just me. There's a great paper. Let's see if I can dig it up. I can't spell his name. Let me. There we are. Ugh. Is this the paper? Yes. Okay, here's the paper. Rust library called MacroQuad, similar to Raylib. I've heard of Raylib, never used it. I have tried Rust, and I didn't like it. I built a little Sudoku solver in Rust, and when I started feeling like the very simplest of tasks Rust was fighting me on, it made me mad. So I finished that project and never touched it again. So this is a paper by Edgar W. Dijkstra, whose name I'm probably mispronouncing, called The Humble Programmer. Great little paper, definitely worth a read. But the quote I like is this one. I think this is where a lot of people miss abstraction. It might be worthwhile to point out that the purpose of abstracting is not to be vague, but to create a new semantic level in which one can be absolutely precise. And that's where a lot of modern programming falls apart. Everybody's trying to create an abstraction that everyone can use, but then it's not precise anymore. It's not suited to your needs. When I pull someone else's font renderer, it brings a lot of junk that they have that I don't want. And the things that I want to do early, I can't do until they've already created the glyph, right? I'd like to be able to query more information pre-glyph render than I do. So things like that. There's almost always an abstraction shear between what I want and what I get. And really modern programming, like the web development stuff, there is such a culture of just grab another framework and slap it on there to fix the problems that you've already got. And then that causes other problems. It's plumbing, it's glue code. You don't really know how anything works. You don't know even how many layers of abstraction are between you and the machine. So, mini rant. Probably you everything looks good for simple stage animations. Oh, you're a web dev. I'm sorry. That's why you're building a game engine, so you can have an interesting project to work on. Oh, yeah. I mean, I just ask any web developers, like, so how many layers of abstraction are between you and the machine? And they have no idea. They shrug it all like, it doesn't matter. But you don't understand how powerful your computer is and how much of your time is being wasted with bad abstractions. This idea that because someone else wrote it, it's probably maintained better than I could maintain it myself is utterly ludicrous. It doesn't matter. Yeah. Well, I have 50 milliseconds. Well, why are you having 50 milliseconds? Because everyone else assumed they have 50 milliseconds, so they're all targeting 50 milliseconds. With my bandwidth and how much compute power this thing has, I should never wait for a web page to load. It is absurd how slow this goes. I can stream full 4K, 60 frames per second video, but loading up thumbnails is killing my. It's 4 or 5 seconds waiting for a page to load. It's absurd. Absolutely absurd. Maybe I'm just getting old. Maybe that's my problem. I'm becoming a crotchety old man, which is my life goal. When I get old, I want to be a grumpy old man. Oh. Yeah, so we're gonna take that one off. Failed. Well, market is done, but I need a different solution than segmented pieces with easing curves. Moves with different interpolation curves or easing methods. Causes velocity discontinuity. Maybe I spelled that right. Who knows? Makes my eyes bleed. Okay. Animation sequencing world. Otherwise. Yes, faster websites. Web dev is pretty good once you remove the layers. I never got there. I never got to where I liked it. I worked for a while at Amazon, and there were other issues than just the fact that it was web dev. But, ugh, yeah. I'm kind of wrapping up for the day, but if you're interested in getting Discord notifications when I go live, I do have a Discord channel where I make my announcements. Eventually, I'll get branding up on this thing with some socials that I might start using, like X or Twitter, whatever they call it these days. But yeah. Ooh. Well, I'm about to call it quits for the day. So, wrap up this journal entry, commit what I've got, even though it's kind of terrible in some ways. Okay, so animation toggle, add into the settings and get context. Good. Play SubSequences, test and working. We are even using it live for that thing. We can start animating the guest drop for reasons we don't like it. Animation sequencing world otherwise. Okay. Yeah, that bounce makes me sad. But we are definitely exercising our animation and action sequence code. So, yep. Have a good night. I'll log off here shortly and see you tomorrow, maybe, if you're interested. Oh, nope. Please. I do not want that log in here. that. Git store source. There we go. Journal action makes sense. Why did I change it to action? That's fine. It's not working. Action sequence animation. Ease. Oh, restore stage.
Oh, yeah.
There we go. I did not modify it. Okay.
That's very pushy.
There we go. Scheduler makes sense. Can you say yeah? Okay. Get status. Play start subsequence to action sequence. That was successful. Started animating. Yes, drop. Don't like it. See journal for details. What else do we do? Oh. Animation toggle in settings. I think we're gonna call it there. Awesome. Thanks for joining me. I'm always happy to have some people to chat with. Have a good evening, and I'll be on tomorrow, similar time. And you can always hop in the Discord channel if you want notifications. Have a good evening, and bye.